Yeah. Reading from the Srinamrita. The holy name protects one from danger and fear. To be free from danger, one should chant the Hare Krishna mantra. Sukadeva Goswami to King Parikshit. My dear King, wherever people in any position perform their occupational duties of devotional service by chanting and hearing, traveling Kirtan, Vishnu, there cannot be any danger from bad elements. Therefore, there was no need for anxiety about Gokul while the Supreme Personality of Godhead is present and present. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has sung Namashraya Kari Yatane Tumi Takaha Apana Kaje. Everyone is also advised to seek shelter in the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra and remain engaged in his occupational duty. There is no loss in this, and the gain is tremendous. Even from a material point of view, everyone should take to chanting the Hare Krishna mantra to be safe from all kinds of danger. This world is full of danger. Padam, padam, death, padam. Therefore, we should be encouraged to chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra so that in our family, society, neighborhood, and nation, everything will be smooth and free from danger. In my Bhagavatam 10:6. Bahujan Kariyari Shravna Kirtana Bahujan Kariyari Shravna Kirtana Bahutana Hare Krishna Hare Premadana Bahutana Hare Krishna Hare Premadana. If anyone is infested with any of these 10 offenses in chanting Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, despite his endeavor to chant the holy name, he will not reach the Godhead, which is the ultimate goal of this chanting. 10 offenses against the holy name and following. Blasphemy is very sacred and wise Number 2. Sustaining the demigods like Kushi, Govardhana, the word and name. Disobey the words of the spiritual master. Number 4. Blasphemy Number 5. The glories of chanting Hare Krishna. Number 6. Use the context of the holy name of the Lord. Number 7. To commit the simple activities on the strength of the holy name. Number 8. To the chant of Hare Krishna to the suspicious roots and crazy often motives and activities. Number 9. To instruct faith as person about the glories of the holy name. Number 10. Not have we forbid to chant the holy names and to maintain spiritual actions. You not my same soul instruction of this time. This also affects the inattentive while chanting. Anyone who claims to be a Vaishnava is a devotee of the Lord must carefully guard against these methods in order to quickly achieve the desired success, which is Krishna Prayam. Now let's offer our respectful obeisances to the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are just like desire trees, full of desire of everyone, and are full of compassion for the poor and conditioned souls. Hare Krishna.
Govardhana Radha Govardhana Sri Radhe Jaya Radha Govardhana Jaya नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की जय। श्री राधा कृष्णा गोपिका श्याम राधा गोवर्धन की जय। वृंदावन धाम की जय। बैकुंठ धाम की जय। गणेश चतुर्थी धाम की जय। मंगलमय योगमय की जय। भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी महारानी की जय। राम भक्तवृंद की जय।
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gopijana Ballabha Girivadadari Gopijana Ballabha Girivadadari Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Banachari Yamuna Tira Banachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gopijana Ballabha Girivadadari Jaya Gopijana Ballabha Girivadadari Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Banachari Yamuna Tira Banachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Jai Shri Shri Gauranitai ki jai, Jai Shri Shri Radha Govardhana ki Krishna Balaram jai, Giri Govardhan ki jai, Jai Brinda Devi Tulsi Devi Maharani ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga Gaur Pamanandi Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna. So welcome to this morning's Srimad Bhagavatam class. Some glorification of the Bhagavatam. Narayanam Namaskritam Narocharam Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Udirayet Nastapadesho Badresho Nityam Bhagavate Sevayet Tamurtam Vashoke Bhakti Bhavati Nashtuki. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we're continuing, we're on chapter 16 of the third canto. Somewhere down here. And text number 6 is on the board. There it is. repeat after me. Yasamita mala yasa shavana vagaha sadya punati jagadaspa pasad vikunta soham bhavadya upadabda sutita kirtis Chinya svabahum apiva patikula vritim Yasham mitam ala yasa shavana vagaha Sadya punati jagadasva pashad vikunta Soham bhavadya upalabdha sutirtha kirtis Sindhyam svabhahum apiva patikula vritim Yasam mitam aladyasa shavana vagaha Sadya punati jagadasva pashad vikunta Soham bhavadya upalabdha sutirtha kirtis Sindhyam svabhahum apiva patikula vritim Someone else? Samvita vasa shavana vagaha Sadya punati jagadasva pashad vikunta Soham bhavadbhya upalabdha sutita kirtis Sindhyam svabhahum apiva patikula vritim Yasham vitam aladyasa shavana vagaha Sadya punati jagadasva pashad vikunta Soham pavadbhya upalabdhya sutirtha kirtis Sindhyam svabhahum apiva patikula vritim Yasham vitam aladyasa shavana vagaha Sadya punati jagadasva pashad vikunta Soham bhavadbhya upalabdha sutirtha kirtis Sindhyam svabhahum apiva patikula vritim Anybody else? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, word for word. Yasya, of whom? Amrita, nectar. Amala, uncontaminated. Yasaha, glories. Shravana, hearing. Avagaha, entering into. Sadya, immediately. Punati, purifies. Jagat, the universe. Asvapasha, including even the dog eaters. Vikunta, without anxiety. Saha, that person. Aham, I am. Bhavadbhya, from you. Upalabdha, obtained. Sutirtha, the best place of pilgrimage. Kirti, the fame. Chinjam, would cut off. Svabahum, my own arm. Api, even. Vaha, towards you. Patikulavritim, acting inimically. So this is a translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Translation, I'll read it first. Anyone in the entire world, even down to the Chandala, who lives by cooking and eating the flesh of the dog, is immediately purified if he takes bath in hearing through the ear the glorification of my name, fame, etc. Now you have realized me without doubt, therefore I will not hesitate to lop off my own arm if its conduct is found hostile to you. Word for translation, please repeat. Anyone in the entire world, even down to the Chandala, who lives by cooking and eating the flesh of the dog, is immediately purified if he takes bath in hearing through the ear the glorification of my name, fame, etc. Now you have realized me without doubt, therefore I will not hesitate to lop off my own arm if its conduct is found hostile to you. Purport. Real purification can take place in human society if its members take to Krishna consciousness. This is clearly stated in all Vedic literature. Anyone who takes to Krishna consciousness in all sincerity, even if he is not very advanced in good behaviour, is purified. A devotee can be recruited from any section of human society, although it is not expected that everyone in all segments of society is well behaved. As stated in the verse, as stated in this verse and in many places in Bhagavad Gita, even if one is not born in a Brahmana family, or even if he's born in a family of Chandalas, if he simply takes to Krishna consciousness, he is immediately purified. In Bhagavad Gita, 9th chapter, verse 30 through to 32, it is clearly stated that even though a man is not well behaved, if he simply takes to Krishna consciousness, he is understood to be a saintly person. As long as a person is in this material world, he has two different relationships in his dealings with others. One relationship pertains to the body, and the other pertains to the spirit. As far as bodily affairs or social activities are concerned, although a person is purified on the spiritual platform, it is sometimes seen that he acts in terms of his bodily relationships. If a devotee is born in the family of a Chandala, the lowest caste, he is sometimes found engaged in his habitual activities. He is not to be considered a Chandala. In other words, a Vaishnava should not be evaluated in terms of his body. The Shastra states that one should think the deity, the Shastra states that no one should think the deity in the temple to be made of wood or stone. No one should think that a person coming from a lower caste family who has taken to Krishna consciousness is still on the same low caste. These attitudes are forbidden because anyone who takes to Krishna consciousness is understood to be fully purified. He is at least engaged in the process of purification, and if he sticks to the principles of Krishna consciousness, he will very soon be fully purified. The conclusion is that if one takes to Krishna consciousness with all seriousness, he is to be understood as already purified, and Krishna is ready to give him protection by all means. The Lord assures herein that he is ready to give protection to all his devotees, even if there is need to cut off part of his own body. Translation again. Anyone in the entire world, even down to the Chandala, who lives by cooking and eating the flesh of the dog. He is immediately purified if he takes bath in hearing through the ear, the glorification of my name, fame, etc. Now you have realized me without doubt, therefore I will not hesitate to lop off my own arm if its conduct is found hostile to you. Oma Gyana Timirandasya Gyanam Gyana Salakaya Sakshus Ummilitam Jena Tasmahe Shri Guruve Namaha Panchakalpatugu Vishya Kripa Sindhu Be'evicha Patitanam Pavanibhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we're continuing this extraordinary saga going on in the Vaikuntha realm of these doorkeepers and the four Kumaras having just cursed them, and now the Lord has appeared on the scene and He's revealing to us His wonderful mentality. And this is the beauty of studying the Srimad Bhagavatam and the Bhakti Shastras is you get an insight into the Supreme Personality of God in every detail. In the broader world out here, there's very little concepts of God whatsoever. Sort of a vague energy, or He's up there. I remember when I was doing dialysis at Tweed Hospital, I came in one day, one of my other patients that's normally sitting nearby wasn't there, and I said to the nurse, "Where's old Joe today?" She goes, "He's up there." I said, "Where's he? Upstairs, is he?" And I said, "No, he's up there." He'd passed away. So that's their conception of God is quite, and the spiritual realm is quite limited. It's up there somewhere. Could be over there, but it's up there, right? And the best they've come up with, I think, is a Da Vinci. He's come up with a finger coming out of the clouds, so we're getting a bit of a hint. Something up there. There's a finger, but not much substance. So it's quite sentimental and weak in philosophy. And as we know very well, Srila Prabhupada said, religion without philosophy is sentimentality. It's very weak and can be swayed very easily, and you can change it. You can change religion from one day to the next, isn't it? You can become a Muslim tomorrow, Christian the next day, and atheist the day after that. But one thing you can't change is your constitutional nature, which is that of being a servant. That's unchangeable. So Christian consciousness resembles a religion, but it's actually beyond religion. It teaches you to re-establish yourself as an eternal servant of Krishna. So this is the real purpose of religion. So what I really like about this pastime, we have this verse, Brahmati, Paramatmiti, Bhagavamiti, Sabhiti, we chant very often that the Lord is understood in three features: is the Brahman, effulgence, the all-pervading nature of God, the impersonal nature that pervades every corner of the creation, the universe, outside the universe, every atom. That's it. So that's one understanding of God. Then there's the Paramatma, which is the localized aspect, which is a bit of a further understanding, where the Lord expands in the heart of all living beings. He's in the heart of each one of us. He's in the heart of that tree over there, the ant over here, the bird in the sky. He's everywhere. He expands himself and accompanies the conditioned soul. Because when the soul abandons the spiritual realm, abandons the relationship with Krishna due to misguided or misutilized independence, because we are minute parts and parcels of the Supreme Being. We have also, like He has full independence, we have minute independence. When that independence is misutilized, then those souls or those living entities are put in this realm here, which is, you can say, like a prison house. That's for the naughty souls, those that can't, get along spiritually and want to try and do it their way, independently, and try and imitate God by becoming the Purush, the enjoyer. So we come here and we end up in a bit of a mess, because by nature we're eternal servitors, servants of God, and not God ourselves. So when we come to the material world, we become like little enjoyers and we struggle along. And after some time, if we start to become a little bit intelligent due to mature experience, Prabhupada uses that term, after many, many births, we start to inquire, hang on, something's not right here. and then if we're sincere and we keep inquiring, then by the grace of the Lord, we come in contact with his devotees and transcendental literature, and then we can become re-established again. So this is what the Krishna consciousness is, and this, I particularly like this process of Bhagavatam class, because Srila Rupa Goswami in the Nectar of Devotion gives us 64 angas, branches of devotional service, and 5 of them are considered the most potent or most important, which is residing in a holy place, chanting the holy name, associating with devotees, hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam, and, did I get 5 then? Help. Pardon? Chanting the holy name, associating with devotees, residing in a holy place, and worshipping the deity. The deity worship, that's the one, excuse me. So these 5 angas are very powerful. Any one of those can really help living entity advance very rapidly. But what I particularly like about Bhagavatam, those 5 items are all going on at once. We're sitting in a sacred place, non-different than the holy places. This is like Vrindavan, Srila Prabhupada's here, Radha and Krishna are here, Vrinda Devi's here, the devotees are here. So we're sitting in a sacred place. The deity worship is going on. We'll soon see the arati going on. We've chanted Hare Krishna with the devotees, we're in the association of devotees, and we're here in the Bhagavatam. So it's the most incredible moment of the day, actually. That's why it's recommended we chant this verse at the start, Nasta Padeshu Abhadreshu. By daily reciting and attending Bhagavatam class, the Bhagavatam says the abhadras, or the things that trouble our heart, the things that cause us to remain puzzled in this material world, they're removed, almost fully removed, it says, right? And I've mentioned this before in the lecture Srila Prabhupada gave in 1976 in Vrindavan. He was speaking on the 5th canto, Lord Rishabdev. In that lecture he quoted this first Nasta Padeshu about attending Bhagavatam class. And he made the point, he said, as far as removing the abhadras, he gave a numerical amount to it. He said about 70% of our natras are removed, which is quite a lot. And by regularly hearing Bhagavatam, you can come to the point of nishtha, which is steadiness in spiritual practice, which we all want to get to that stage. If we're not in that stage, we want to be able to become fully satisfied in our daily practice of devotional service without all the disturbances going on. So this is this verse again today, Krishna himself speaking here. He's speaking a long time ago. This is very much near the beginning of this universe. So we can imagine if Lord Brahma I think he's in his 51st birthday at the moment. So how old does that make him approximately? I can tell you. No, you're out by a couple of zeros there. And it's about 155 trillion, 200 billion years, according to what's stated in the Bhagavad Gita. So he lives a very, very long life. So this is very interesting. But even such a long time ago, not even in the universe, they're outside the universe at the moment. This is conversation going on. This is Lord Vishnu's acknowledging the 4 Kumaras that are just being cursed. And it's very interesting what he's saying, because this in Vaikuntha there's no chandalas that we know of, right? There's no lower caste entities in the spiritual world, but Krishna doesn't see the spiritual world, the material world, it's all his divine creation. So he's speaking to the Kumaras who have come from the material world. He says, even down to the chandalas. So it means that a long, long time ago there was very low-class people going on. We're talking about people that eat the flesh of dogs. Dog eating is not a very high-class activity. So it means the consciousness of such a person is not that elevated. But it says here that even such a person is immediately purified if he takes bath in hearing through the ear, the glorification of my name, fame, etc. And so this is the potency and extraordinary nature of Krishna's activities in hearing about him. He also says in the Bhagavad Gita, I'm getting rusty with my verses, that if you Krishna says, if you can understand the transcendental nature of my activities and my name and my appearance, all these things, he says, you will not take birth again in this material world. I mean, that's a pretty powerful statement, isn't it? I mean, so what does that mean to understand these things? Can anyone tell me? I can tell you what Prabhupada said. Another lecture he gave in 1973 in New York. There's very nice Gita classes. He gives a whole series there in New York for probably a month or two on the first and second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. But anyway, in that lecture he quotes this verse, Janma Kamachivi Divyam. By the way, it's a verse it's his second or third most quoted verse. Srila Prabhupada quoted this verse. Not only just quoted, but he refers to it a lot. So it's very important, this understanding the nature of Krishna, and it's been revealed here. So anyway, he quoted this verse, and he said, you have to fully understand Krishna, and then you can go back to Godhead. So what does it mean to fully understand Krishna? And Prabhupada then paused and said, it's not possible to fully understand Krishna. And then he said, just try to understand Krishna. Janma Kamachamidimi. And then he said, so we have to understand this process is very individual in one sense. To fully realize Krishna is not possible because Krishna is still expanding, and Ananta says the expansion of Lord Balaram is eternally with 1,000 mouth chanting the glories and pastimes of the Lord, and he still can't get to the end of it. So that's because it's hard to understand, to realize when we're in the temporary world that we're in, to relate to eternal time, which is endless and has been going on since ever. So Krishna has been appearing in this realm and undergoing his activities in the spiritual realm forever. There's no beginning and no end. That's the meaning of eternal. So we're very fortunate. So by hearing the Bhagavatam, Krishna says in this verse, and then automatically we become qualified, even if we have no qualifications. It's not that you've got to be, like it says in the purple, you don't have to be born in the family of learned brahmanas. And this shows you it's such a long time ago. The proper mentality is taught by the Lord, that it's not based on birth and caste and qualification. We're all spiritual living entities, and anyone's qualified. I'll show you, I read this verse. I've got bookmarks that I keep when I read. When I was reading my last read of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, I kept a bunch of notes and I was going through them, and this verse popped up, which is in direct relation to today's verse. This is at the time when all the devotees were in Jagannath Puri and they were all leaving. They'd been with Lord Chaitanya for 4 months, and Lord Chaitanya is speaking to them on the way out, you could say. And this is the 15th chapter of Madhya Lila, verse 41. Lord Chaitanya says, with great respect, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested Advaitacharya, quote, give Krishna consciousness, devotion to Krishna, even to the lowest of men, chandalas. So we're looking at 155 trillion years later, the same message is still there intact. So Krishna doesn't change. His compassion and love for the living entities is constant. That's why he comes with us. He sits in our heart and follows us around. No matter where we go, what body we're in and what we do, he's there. No one else would do that, you know. If I said to you, Nandu, tomorrow I'm going to live inside a piece of stool and become a worm, want to come and hang out? Come on. Aren't you my friend? No, you'd say, no, I'll skip on that one. But Krishna, he comes. Anybody, any situation you're in, and he's waiting for us to turn to him. I remember, so I read the first, before my mind races off, I read the first, it's a long purport, I just read the first short paragraph. Prabhupada says, this is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's order to all his devotees. Krishna Bhakti, devotion to Krishna, is open to everyone, even low-class men like chandalas. One should follow this order in the disciplic succession stemming from Sri Advaita and Nityananda Prabhu, and distribute Krishna consciousness without discrimination throughout the world. So Lord Chaitanya takes it even another step further. Lord Vishnu was saying, if someone hears, but Lord Chaitanya, he's not going to wait for you to hear, he's going to make you hear. He's going to take it out. And this is the Hare Krishna movement. We take this message of spiritual understanding to the world, whether people want to hear it or not, and simply by hearing it, they benefit. What was I going to say before? I forgot. I was about to say something else. Anyway. So, Prabhupada also talks in here about the different characters of, he talks about the two different types of sides of a person, the spiritual side and the material side. And even though on the external side, a person might have, like he says, some bad habits or some conditioning in there, but if he's practicing spiritual life, that shouldn't disqualify them. And again, according to this verse, it doesn't at all. If someone takes a spiritual consciousness where they've still got a bit of a twitch or, I can't mention some of the things they may or may not do, but they're sort of overlooked, I should say, by the Lord, because Krishna looks at the essence of the living entity. Bhava Grahi Janandam, he's described it. He looks at our intent in our heart, even though we externally, imperfectly, might not be able to do something so well. That's the beauty of Krishna consciousness. In material world, you've got to achieve, otherwise you're a failure. In spiritual life, Krishna is so kind. He looks at our baby steps. He looks at our stumbling. He looks at our efforts. He looks at our struggles, and he accepts that endeavour, even though we might not quite get there. And he puts his hand out. It says if you take one step towards Krishna, he takes 10 steps towards you. That's a very kind person. So very important that we study these Bhakti Shastras, because we get a very deep insight into the personality of the Supreme Being and how much he loves his living entities that have forgotten him. He's never forgotten us. We're the ones that were sort of gone for a little run around in the material world, and now we're scratching our heads. What in the hell is this place? Because we don't belong here. Spirit and matter don't mix. Oil and water don't mix. So we're in a bit of a pickle, but Krishna kindly comes with us. I remember Badri Narayan Maharaj, it was many years ago, but a little story stuck in my mind. He was speaking in Mayapur, and he said when he was a little boy, I guess 8 or 10 years old, he had an argument with his parents, and he said, "Oh, I'm leaving home." He said, "I'm going." So he said, his dad said, "I'll drive you." So his dad drove him off and dropped him off up the street, and the little boy started walking away. And his dad stayed in the car and sort of drove slowly and sort of followed him, And after some time, the little boy turned around, saw the car and ran. Said, "Daddy, I want to go home." So this is the ploy of the living entities, We've run away from Krishna's abode, our eternal home. We're saturated with love and loving relationships and eternal life, and we've run to this temporary world which is full of dead ends and anxiety and birth, death, old age and disease and disappointments and bewilderment so now Krishna's in our heart. All we've got to do is turn. So I want to go home. And Krishna says, okay. And as soon as you do that, Krishna guides you from within. He directs the wandering. He says in the Bhagavad Gita, "I direct the wanderings of all living entities." And most of us, if you see how we've come to Krishna consciousness, there's been some divine intervention there. We've ended up amongst the devotees or in a temple. Well, I think we've all got our story. Somehow or other we've come in contact with Krishna consciousness. Some of us from a previous birth. Nandu here. You were born into the Hare Krishna movement, weren't you? So you didn't get a choice. Straight in. But you could say, well, you must have done something not right in your last life because you've had to repeat. Like at school, if you don't do well in your 5th grade, then you've got to come back and do 5th grade again. So the Gurukulis can't get too proud that we've taken birth in the movement and we were demigods in our last lives. Well, sometimes you hear that, but perhaps. But still, if you're here, it means you've still got some work to do. Like that. So it's very, very interesting. So as far as the Lord's compassion and being equal to all, you cannot get a better example of what we just recently celebrated, the Rath Yatra, isn't it? Someone was mentioning this recently, it might have been in Mayapur. Like they don't let the devotees, the Western devotees, into the Jagannath temple, isn't it? So what happens, Jagannath just goes all over the world and accesses all of these devotees, you know. In other words, if we don't go to him, he'll come to us. And I remember for those, was anyone here in 2016 when we celebrated the 50th anniversary? We had this big program here. We had the big screen and the stage, and it was probably one of the best festivals ever. About 1,800 people turned up. We'd invited all the neighbours, send them all letters, posters all over town, put banners above the bridge. When you drive over, the thing, big banners you can hang up. We put posters in all the shops, and it was a lot of dignitaries came, the mayor and some. I remember Dr. Betty Marks. Some of the locals might know her. She's passed away now. She's the longest serving doctor in this town. She was my doctor when she was in her 80s. Extraordinary lady. And she'd have patients waiting in the waiting room that she delivered as babies. And they were in their 60s. Quite interesting. So she came, and I think that's the first time she came. And she came along the parade, and then when she sat down, we put together this really wonderful compilation of Rath Yatras from around the world on this big screen with nice speakers and sound. And people arrived and they sat down, and some of them might have thought, this is a little local Hare Krishna thing in Ewangella and Moranbah, they got this big car and they pull it up, and that's the end of it, Next thing, they're sitting there, they're seeing this very same festival in Paris. We had a clip from all London, Moscow, New York, Fifth Avenue. In India, the original Rath Yatra with millions of people attending, and this beautiful Jagannath Astaka playing, and it was mesmerising. I remember it, just to see this footage. And they realised, actually, this is part of something big here. It's not just a little Hare Krishnas in Ewangella, this is going on everywhere. So it was a great festival, and Lord Jagannath, in that supreme merciful form, makes himself available to all, to everybody. There's no discrimination at all. I think even it's a class of pig farmers that get to carry him. I think they look after him in the Gundincha, the one they cook for him as well. Very, very merciful Lord, very kind. Pardon? Sabras, but that's the class of pig farmers, yeah. So the pig farmers get to look after him. That's a very kind and merciful Lord. He doesn't discriminate. And I remember Bhakti Purushottam Swami, for those of you that know him or don't know him, he's a very wonderful sannyasi originally from Orissa. And he says, Srila Prabhupada is so kind to us, he's given us two gods. He's given us the eating God, that's Lord Jagannath. Lord Jagannath in Jagannath Puri has 56 offerings a day. You believe that? It says, before he even gets time, he washes his hands after he has a meal. Before his hands even dries, another meal lands in front of him. That's how much he eats. So he's given us the eating God, and he's given us the dancing God, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we've got the two best gods, even though it's ultimately the same person. It's not like in India or in the Hindus you have all the gods. These are if you're going to taxi in India or if you're going to someone's home, they've got everybody there. Just in case, because that's usually if you don't have information that you need to get from. If it's based on sentiment, like I said earlier, then you worship everything and everyone just in case, because they don't know which one's who. But Srila Prabhupada was very, very kind to us. The language that he gave us in his books and in his teachings, he discriminated between the demigods and the Supreme Being. In every one of his pages, he calls Krishna the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Right? And when he relates to the demigods, he calls them demigods, which is a biblical term, which means demi or semi-gods. Big difference. In India, they're all gods. So it's like it's Mayavad, it's all one. But Prabhupada made it very clear, and he helped us, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the demigods. Now they're very elevated, the demigods. They're empowered servants of the Lord. They organise universal affairs. This universe doesn't run automatically. It's just like a big business doesn't run automatically. As people, running around, managers and sub-managers and workers, and keep everything running. So the universe is also has many personalities that help maintain it. So these are the demigods, but they're not the supreme beings. The supreme being is the origin of everything, the eternal supreme personality of Godhead. So Prabhupada taught us like that. We're very fortunate. We have the compassionate Lord, the eating God, we have the dancing God. We have a very easy process for this age. It involves a lot of eating. It's true. I've said this before, but I remember Niranjan Swami walking with Shivaram Maharaj. You might have heard this before. And Shivaram Maharaj just said he just finished reading his Chaitanya Charitamrita for the 14th or 15th time, which is, for those who don't know, it's a 17-volume set of books describing the life story of Lord Chaitanya. So he just finished reading it it's quite a lot of times to read 17 books. Anyhow, so Niranjan Swami said, well, tell me, what are you getting out of it? And his answer was, they do a lot of eating. And it's true, if you read the CC, there's some wonderful descriptions in there. But it's in the spiritual world, it's a festival at every moment. It's not like you're going to work all year and save up your money and clock up your credit card and go off to Bali and have a bit of a break, It's not like that. It's a spiritual world is every step is a dance, every word is a song. Because the souls are eternal, you're not dragging around gross material bodies and your subtle mind. You're a free spirit entity and you live eternally, and you can engage in these festive activities. Some people think that spiritual means nothingness. That's a Buddhist concept, that the material is so difficult, so complicated, and then the opposite, nothing must be spiritual. It's not the case. Spiritual is everything in its purified form. And this material is all perverted reflections of reality. And that's why it's frustrating, because you can't quite get a hold of it. Like I said, spirit, oil and water don't mix, so you can't get real taste in the material world. The soul is hankering for pure love, for eternal, for real relationships, The Krishna, that's just why when you discover Krishna in these books, he describes himself in the Bhagavad Gita, Suridam Savabhutanam, and the Bhuktanam Jagatapashyam. He's the supreme enjoyer, and he's the most friend of the living entities. And the word is used, Surit. And Prabhupada in his lectures explains the different types of friendships. There's the bandhus we heard about a couple of days ago, the social friends, or someone's born in the Brahmin, he's called family but not a Brahmin, he's called a Brahmin and bandhu, the friend of the Brahmanas. Here Prabhupada says the mitras, which is like the sort of a friend, but they're a friend because you got the car and you can drive them to the beach. So they sort of hang out with you. But when it comes to the crunch, like some people have 537 friends on Facebook, but if you come to the crunch and you need some help, you might find that no one responds, perhaps. But the Surit is a true friend, like he says in this verse, he'll lob off his arm for you. That's what it's totally sincere and fully your friend forever, eternally. It's a pure friendship. So Krishna is a pure, unalloyed friend of the living entity. It's not a pretend friend or make-believe or temporary friend. He's always there for us. Like I said, he accompanies us in our heart through all the situations, and he's there waiting as he witnesses our activities, he inspires us from within, he gives us remembrance, forgetfulness, knowledge. He says that in the Gita, Savashariri Sanavishnu Mataham Ganamapaham Cha. And when you're ready and you start, I remember as a young teenager looking up, I was a bit of an atheist, but I sort of give it a go. I looked up and said, if you're up there, God, and you just tell me, what is this all about? What am I supposed to do with this life? I just didn't think finishing school and getting a job was it, and then working for 40 years and getting a pension was the purpose of existence. There must be more to life. So when you come to the point of inquiry and sincere inquiry within your heart, and you pray to the Lord, even if you don't know who He is, He's there in your heart, and you'll start to direct. Next thing you'll bump into some Hare Krishna somewhere. I'll try and pin a flower on you. So they try that on me. I'll sell you a record or a book, or invite you to the Sunday love feast, or you see a bunch of people with bald heads and robes chanting in the streets, and it's going, what the hell's going on here? I remember seeing a Harinam when I was a teenager and they walk right through the middle of it. Some people do that. I'm a tough man. Anyway, I'm going to stop here because I think it's close to breakfast time. There's a lot can be said. These Prabhupada's purports, you can keep unrolling them out practically forever. Any comments or reflections or corrections or questions, please? Yeah? You've got 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
I have a question, but before that, I was just, you were mentioning about Prashadam. I remember Urmila Mataji was giving a class a few years ago, and she was saying they conducted a little research in Europe about maybe 20 kids who were born in the Krishna consciousness movement, and I think there was something about their past life, and they found out that out of those, about 18 out of the 20 just had Prashadam, and that's why they were born in a Krishna consciousness family. My question is, you mentioned about the Bhadras, the impurities in the heart, and that verse says that everything almost completely is destroyed, all the impurities. So what's the other percentage? You were mentioning 70%.
Yeah, this is just from attending Bhagavatam class. So there's many other things that we do. We chant Hare Krishna, we perform devotional service, we serve the spiritual master, we serve the mission of the spiritual master. So these are also additional activities that can very easily finish off the rest of it, so to speak. Yeah, but we take Prashadam. Someone's going to say about Prashadam. Someone asked Srila Prabhupada, I heard this recently, about how we were going to take over the world, perhaps. Was it going to be like a revolution? I think it was Brahmananda. Someone was Gargamuni. I think it was Gargamuni. What are we? Anyone heard this before? How are we going to take? Is it going to be like a revolution? The Hare Krishna is going to have a revolution, like the French Revolution. He said, is it going to be like that? And Prabhupada said, no. It's all this chanting and prashadam, all these things, and people in their next lives, like you said, many people will come back as devotees, and they'll push out all the cheating leaders, because they'll have the as more people become God conscious and spiritually realised and sensitive to the purpose of life, they'll want people in leadership in government that have these same ideas and can guide the population that way. So in time, they'll get pushed out that way, and all these cheaters and all these crazy people that are running some of these governments that are doing all sorts of horrible things will be pushed out in time. Anyway, something along those lines I heard. And you said that just, yes, if you take prashadam, if you eat food offered to the Lord, you're guaranteed at least a human birth, you know. And if you let that dog, Shivananda Sain's dog, and you're eating prashadam in the presence of the Lord Chaitanya, you go back to Godhead on the spot. In that story, the dog went back there and then. Very powerful. One more? Yep, I've got a couple of minutes. Sorry to keep you waiting too. Does he take a human? Or no, there are dogs in the spiritual world, yes, but he changes his original spiritual body, whatever that may be. I think that particular dog's described, he took his four-arm form. Exactly, I can't. It'll differ on the relationship of that entity with the Lord, what form they have, you know. But we all have an eternal form of sort. You know. Is that right?
So I've already mentioned in the beginning that our original constitutional position is servant. So that the servant is trying to please the master. So as interesting, I read recently that people who train animals and also child psychologists, they both notice that reward and punishment training doesn't work so well, both for children and animals. But what is more effective is when they naturally want to please the parent or please the master. That training using that propensity is far more effective, which I thought was interesting because that's our natural constitutional position.
Yes.
That we naturally want to please, want to serve with the motive of pleasing.
Very good point. You heard that, Vashana? The bulls they've got to. we can't tap them with a stick or give them sweets as rewards anymore. Actually, we had a couple of bulls. Okay, sorry, I won't talk about bulls.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment on, you mentioned like the Da Vinci painting of Adam touching fingers. If you actually look closely at that painting, it's actually the shape of a brain, and where they're touching fingers, it's right where the pineal gland is, aka the third eye. So just wanted to throw that in.
You guys a bit more to it. Yeah, I guess I haven't had a close look at it. I was there once actually. But you got to look up like that.
And just one quick question: does Lord Brahma celebrate his birthday? Is there like some universal birthday party that happens?
It's in a sense, I mean, we do celebrate quite a lot of personalities in our parampara, and he's the head of our parampara. But I don't think he appears on our Vaishnava calendar. Also, you got to remember his birthday is once a year, right? Like us. And you know how long 1 year of Lord Brahma is?
Trillions of years.
Not trillions, but close to it. We'll put it this way, we're in the Kali Yuga, it's 432,000 years. There's 4 cycles, Satya, Dwapara, Satya, Treta, Dwapara, Kali, which is 4.3 million. 1,000 of them, which is 4.3 billion, is 12 hours of Lord Brahma's time. So you got to wait for his night, 12 hours, that's 1 day, 364 more days, and we can sing happy birthday. So I don't think we're going to be around for his next birthday.
Well, if we're around, Brahma, send us down some cake. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. All right, it's right on breakfast time. Thank you very, very much for your kind attention. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srimad Bhagavatam, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Krsna Kirtan Gana Natana Parau Premamritam Banidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priyam Priyakaram Nirmasaram Pujitam Nana Shastra Vicharanai Kanipanau Saddharma Sangha Sthapakau Lokanam Hitakarinau Tribhuvane Manna Saranyakarau Nana Shastra Vicharanai Kanipanau Saddharma Samastapakau Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhumane Mannam Saranyakanam Radha Krishna Padaravinna Bhajana Nandena Matvalikam